Okay, let's go to the lockdown browser and see if we can find that. I understand what you're saying. It's going to lock down all the monitors. Okay, let's go. Let's just do the one we're doing. Okay, so safety quiz. Oh, this one. Okay. Settings. Let's look at advanced settings. Oh, okay, so let's allow students to take this exam with an iPad.
There was an option that says allow multiple monitors or something
Where?
like that.
Where?
Hold on.
I don't see it. Locks, no, allow access to, no. Toolbar.
No, I guess Respondus doesn't. There's different ones.
Well, yeah, we have to use the one the school has. I don't see the option. Because I'm not.
Yeah, Respondus doesn't have it. Lockdown browser does. I'll see if it's a pain.
Well, yeah, if you can find it, because I don't see it. But see, we are using lockdown browser. See, it says lockdown browser.
That's just a general term. The actual thing is Respondus.
Respondus. Okay. Well, that's what I've got here to use. Okay. Well, I don't see it. Well, and then let's practice today and see what happens.
Oh, so it looks like they fixed it. It says it just blanks out your second and third and fourth monitors with blue rectangles. So it's okay.
Okay. Okay, so what we're going to do right now is a dress rehearsal. And for those of you who are in drama, or if you're in the pit orchestra like me, you know that the dress rehearsal, you try to do it as is, and then you fix everything and you, is this making sense to you? This is our dress rehearsal. So what we're going to do right now, and let me stop my share, is you're gonna leave the Zoom room and you're gonna call in on your phone. And then aim your phone at where you're working. You will get to use a cheat sheet, both sides, for the quiz next week. And then, of course, scratch paper. So we're going to leave the Zoom room with your computers. You're going to come into the Zoom room with your phone. And then your computer, you will go into the module and open up the quiz. And then when you scan, you just put in the chat your name and that you're scanning, and I write down the time. So I'm hoping it will take maybe 10 minutes for you to scan and upload. If you're, say, gone for 45 minutes scanning and uploading, like, that's going to be a problem. Okay, so does everyone know what we're doing? You're leaving the Zoom room and you're coming back on your phones. And then you're using your computer to go into the module and get the quiz questions, and then scan and upload. Okay, so you can leave the Zoom room now.
The practice quiz number 1?
Yes.
Oh, you lost me.
What?
Practice quiz number 1.
You want me to show you again? Okay. You're going to phone into the Zoom room. You aim your phones at your desk area. And that's how I watch you. You use the computer to go into the module. The practice quiz is where the questions are. You scan your answers.
Can I just aim my camera down like that?
Yeah, if we have a webcam, could we just aim the webcam down on our desk?
If you want.
I mean,
yeah, if you want. They're just, there's so many students who don't have webcams that can do that. If you can, but okay, wait, you know what? There isn't. Okay, if the lockdown browser is working, we're gonna be fine and you can use your webcams. But sometimes the webcams give kind of weird
I'd rather
angles
not
and they're
have
like
to.
kind of upside down. Yeah, a lot of people did not have webcams. They just had like the little camera on their laptops. But the idea is that I only see a periodic table too. I only see a piece of paper, a periodic table. So that I see that you're just using the materials that you're allowed. Madi, you're good.
This is good?
Yes, you're good.
Okay, thank you. May I leave and join back
Yeah. Well, you have to take
through my
Madi, you have to
computer?
take the quiz and you have to answer the questions and you have to upload them into the free response. You have to actually, we have to actually do the, okay. When you do a dress rehearsal,
This one?
you actually go through and do it. So it's like if you were doing,
Oh,
yeah, if you were, okay, so obviously you guys were not in the pit orchestra. You do a run through. You have to actually do everything and make sure everything works. You have to actually take the quiz, scan it with your phone, or if you have a scanner.
practice quiz 2?
Isn't
I
there
mean, practice quiz 1?
Practice quiz 1.
Yeah, that one's locked already.
What? Okay, let me.
It was locked and it was locked yesterday at 8:45.
Oh, my bad. Okay, let me let me go and unlock it. Okay, I'm gonna go to the assignments and fix that. I thought I made it just open for the whole week. But,
Yeah, locked yesterday.
well, that was my bad. I did. What the heck? Oh, okay, I will fix that right now. Yeah, I thought I had this unlimited for the whole week. So when, the 31st, we'll make it due on the 31st. Okay. I'll make it due at 11:59 on the 31st, like 11:59 p.m. So you have the whole week to practice. Okay. And let me change the other until date. And make that 11:59. Okay, so you will have till 11:59 on Sunday to practice. Okay, so that should be working now. So I did give you some multiple choice problems. Now on your phone, you also would need to have your name. So when you're coming into the Zoom room on your phone, your actual name is on your tile. Yeah, if it just says iPhone, if it just says iPhone, I'm not gonna know who you were. And if you're just using your first name, we'll have to make sure you're the only person that first name. Yeah, the one that says Galaxy 69, I have no idea who you are.
Galaxy 69.
Or no, I'm sorry, Galaxy S9. I don't know who you are. We want to make sure that, and someone just says iPhone. We want to have names. And video, yeah, you want to have your video on. So your camera's going to be on.
Where can I find the meeting ID for your personal room?
Oh, it should be
Wait,
in one
is
of
it
the.
the same room?
We're in the same room. So it should be on, I want to say it's in the module where it says about how to proctor.
Mm.
Yeah, it's the same. We're going to use the same room the whole time. Okay, so let's see. So because I want to be able to see your desk area. So Alana, I can just see your face, but I can't see where you're working. Is there a cat in the background? Madi's good. Oops.
I thought I had changed the language on my device somehow when this came up, and I was like, "What? The?
Oh, that's my
How did I do
welcome
that?"
sign. That's my that's my welcome sign in multiple languages.
No, I have to update this browser.
Okay, well, that's what this is for. We want on Tuesday, we want everything to run smoothly and you feel comfortable and we know what we're doing. So I need visual on Ethan, Bruce, Steven, Jonathan, Gina, Rosa, Eric, Amber, Allison, Victor, Russell, and Erica. You have your cameras on.
I'm trying to enter through my phone. You haven't let me
Yeah,
in yet.
that's fine. That's what
I
this
am
is for.
too.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
why,
me too.
that's why we're doing this. So that, yeah, because we don't want to do this on Tuesday. That's why we're doing this now. So you
Hey.
can figure it out.
You haven't let me into the room yet.
I didn't? Oh, there's 7 people waiting to get in. What the heck? My bad.
Professor, when I clicked on practice quiz, once I'm using the lockdown browser, it kind of just it kicked me out.
Can
Unable
you
to open exam. In order to take new quizzes, exams with lockdown, you must first use standard browser to navigate the exam. Lockdown browser will open automatically when you select begin.
Right, you have to have the lockdown browser on your computer, and you should only have to do that once.
Someone is, I think someone has audio with, oh my God, bookmarks. You know, I realized recently, Fullerton College also has a, don't go that way. I told you go the other way. Other way.
So I'm assuming the people are still working on getting the visual, because we still have some people who don't have visual.
Okay, yeah, I realized recently, Fullerton College, their Canvas is a bit different. And I
Really?
was like very confused why my 5th class, yeah, they have a different,
Oh, right, because every
choosing.
school can, yeah. The distance education can change campus how they want for each school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. So, that was an odd awakening to realize.
Professor, when I go on Canvas on my laptop, for some reason it's not loading. I can still show you like me and the computer, but I can't get my Canvas to pop up on my computer.
What kind of computer are you using?
I'm using my brother's right now, so I have it's a MacBook Pro.
That should work fine. Okay, so you're
I
telling me
know,
you can't even get onto Canvas?
Yeah, it's like a blank page. It's
Okay,
weird.
did you download the lockdown browser app thingy?
On the computer
Yeah, you have to download the lockdown browser first
or
before it lets you use the quizzes and exams.
okay, and that's just through like the website.
I
Yeah,
believe
you
so.
have to run it on Chrome. It's only supported on Chrome.
Okay.
If you run it on Firefox or any other browser, it won't work.
I ran on Firefox. It seems
Really?
fine.
Because I
Yeah.
tried running it on Firefox and it won't work.
I think it maybe maybe has to do with default browsers. I'm not
Mm.
sure.
Let me try. I'll try Firefox.
Wait, I have a quick question then. So if you're using it on Chrome, you don't have to download anything, right?
You still have to download the application.
Yeah, I had to still download it, and then it made me like restart my computer or laptop.
Okay. And then you're gonna want to leave your you leave your visuals on for your phones. Are you guys still working on that?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm waiting for it to install.
Okay, no problem, Tammy. I
Yeah,
have-
it kicked me out
I
of
have-
Zoom on my computer,
Oh, okay.
so I had to.
Well, okay, so that's why
Chrome.
on Tuesday, we have from 9 to 9:15 to get everything set up. The quiz opens up at 9:15. So that should give you from 9 to 9:15 to phone in and make sure we're all set. Victor, you're very good. I can see your desk area. Excellent.
Number 3 is a lot harder than it really should be.
What? I don't remember what number 3 is.
I'm not an art student. I can't draw.
Oh, God. I wanted to force you to have to draw something on paper.
Professor, after we have it on our phone, do we just leave?
Okay, we
Do we
need
leave the
you
call
to
on our laptop?
scan.
or-
We need you to scan and upload into the free response. So what you would do is you would, in the chat, you would just put your name and that you're gonna scan. And then I write down the time you leave. And then you come back in the chat and say that you're back. Because hopefully it only takes you about 10 minutes to scan and upload your files. We want you to upload your file into the free response. We're gonna do that also. So yes, Madi, whatever you draw, it will go in the free response. Because we want to go through the whole procedure.
No.
What? Was there a
Okay,
question?
so we type. Okay, we say we type that we're going to
Yeah, just
scan,
type in the chat
and then
that
we
you're
go
gonna
back
leave.
through all the free responses.
Right, so when you need to
Okay.
scan, some people are using the cam scanner on their phone. So you would just let me know, like in the chat, put your name and they're leaving. I write down on a piece, I have the roll book. I have the roster. I write down what time you leave and I write down what time you come back. So for example, hopefully it takes like 10 minutes to scan and upload your files.
What?
Okay, so if you're
Not right this
using
second.
your phone for the cam scanner,
I'm in the lecture right now.
you would just in the chat put your name and then you're gonna scan. And then I write down the time you left. Because
Well, that's nice. It shuts everything down.
because if you're using your phone to scan, I won't be able to watch you. But hopefully it only takes about 10 minutes for you to scan and save it and email yourself, and then you'll be back on your phone and I'm still watching you.
It didn't give me an option to do the webcam on the lockdown, so I'm not sure if you turned it
Okay,
on or
well
not.
then you can phone in.
I'd rather not have to use my phone if possible.
I don't, when I looked at that, I didn't see anything where it let me do an option like that. Let me look again. Let me go to the lockdown browser and see if it had the options.
Yeah, because I just turned it on
Uh-huh.
and it didn't turn my camera on.
Oh,
And I can't give you feedback because it closes freaking Zoom.
right. Okay, so let me,
Professor,
yeah, question?
yes, this is Rosa. I'm in. Are you able to see me?
Right now I'm checking the lockdown browser.
Okay, so I should go to lockdown now.
Well, no. Well, okay, so okay, I got two students asking me two different questions. So let me answer his question first. So Bruce, let me see if
Okay.
Okay, continue the lockdown browser. And then let me find the practice. Okay, so here we go. Practice quiz, settings. So
There should be something
require,
that
okay.
forces a webcam.
I'm sorry, what? Well,
There should be something in that option that forces a webcam.
allow, no, that's not it. Lock students into browser until exam is completed. I didn't pick that one. Use iPad, okay, enable printing. Okay, no, that's not it either. For the proctoring, yeah, but that one, it doesn't, okay, so there's no options that just say to allow the webcam. The lockdown browser's got just lock students into the browser, no, allow them to use iPad, got that. Allow calculator, allow printing. Ooh, I could allow printing from the toolbar. It doesn't have anything about allowing a webcam. It's not on here. I don't see it, and I'm looking at everything here. There is and here's the other situation with this. It's like for everybody, like whatever I do has to be for everybody. Let's see there is the Respondus monitor.
I won't have to switch to my fucking phone.
The Respondus monitor is then asking, oh my goodness, holy crap. Okay, the Respondus monitor, that's the proctoring. That's got a webcam check. Wow, it's like pretty intense. Okay, here's the problem is not everyone has a webcam. So if I use the proctoring, I don't know what that does to the people who don't have a webcam.
It forces you to have a webcam.
Yeah, but some students don't have a
Or you can't
webcam
log
though.
into
They
it.
just have their laptops with the cameras.
That is a webcam.
Well, let me see what happens when I do this, and then maybe people can go in and out and we'll see. Okay, so I don't need. Okay, so what I'm doing is now I'm adding, we don't need a password. Okay, so I'm adding the proctoring and let's see if that lets you in. So I don't know if the other students, if what's going to do the other students who are already in.
copy this over to my phone, so.
We have to make sure that everyone can still get in. So we might have to have people open up the quiz again. So now what I've done is I've changed it to include the respondents monitor, which allows the webcam. And let's see if that works for you. Okay, did that, are you able
Do you
to
want
do-
us to try that out?
Yeah, so let's see, let's first see if it works for Bruce. And then if it does, then we'll have you try it again. Because I have the quiz unlimited. So I just want to make sure you guys can get into the quiz. So let's see what happens with Bruce. And then if he gives us the thumbs up, oh, he's in the waiting room, sorry. If he gives us the thumbs up, then I think we're good. As long as everyone can get in.
If we use that method, do you still want us to have our phone out or just one webcam? Sorry, I'm a little confused.
Actually, I do want to have your phones, and here's why. If there's a question, and say it's something, I mean, I really did look at these, I proofread 3-4 times, but say you have a question, or if we're doing the proctoring remotely, you can't ask me anything. But say there's a question and you forgot what the constant, the gas law constant. So I want to be available to you so that if you have a question during the exam or quiz, you're able to ask it. Because sometimes I can't answer the questions. Like I would give you the ideal gas law constant. I would be okay with that. So I do want you to phone in, because if there's something technical, or if you want to say, well, Ms. DeRue, do I have to show each half reaction? I say, yes, you do. So that way I can help you. So I do want you to phone in. But let's try and see.
The ideal gas law constant is like, isn't it 0.00821?
Yeah, but Monty, it's not like you guys can tell each other. People forget little details like that. Or if you forgot the half-life of carbon-14, and then you can't even do the problem. And now you've got your monitors locked down. The idea, or if you think something's a typo, which hopefully it's not. So I do want you to phone in, so I'm available to you. That's the idea.
Well, it's trying to connect to the media. And,
Professor, I can't download the lockdown browser app. I have a Chromebook. I can't download the app,
Is
the
it
lockdown app, because I have a
Chromebook?
Chromebook.
Is it a personal Chromebook or a Chromebook from the school?
It's a personal Chromebook.
Okay, you might have to go to the school and get one of theirs. Is there another computer in the house that you can use for the quizzes?
No, we all have Chromebooks in my house.
Okay.
You know, actually, no, I do. I should have another computer. Never mind.
Oh, okay, you do have another computer.
Yeah, I'm gonna just have, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I'll try another computer right now.
I'm sorry, Professor, for the wait. I'm almost done, I believe.
Oh, no problem. That's what this is all about.
oh, I'm signing up. Yeah, I can.
Bruce, are you okay?
I had.
Yeah, it's trying to log in.
Okay, Alani, did you have a question?
But it's
Wait, okay, I can't hear you, Alana. I can see you're talking, but I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Was my finger over the mic?
Maybe.
Okay. I had Respondus for a different institution, and it seems to be causing problems for me to
Okay, that's not
for trying to get the quiz to load. So I'm trying to uninstall and reinstall it.
Oh my
I'm gonna
God.
try Chrome.
Okay.
So I'll let you know if it
Well,
works
yeah,
out
yeah.
eventually.
See if you can uninstall the respondents for the other institution and then install this one. We'll see. Oh, there's a kitty. The kitty is not allowed to help you on the exams and quizzes. I'm surprised we haven't
But
had a
he's
visit.
smart.
What? Oh, but you could put the kitty there and then draw it. The kitty could be a model. Okay, we do want you to upload the
Professor,
free response because I'm going to check that and make sure I got everyone's. Victor, what's happening?
so I actually don't have another PC. So what do I have to do to get another Chromebook that's
Okay, so
compatible?
the school does give out Chromebooks. They've been giving them out by the library. And let's see if they still have them. I deleted all the messages. Okay. Okay, so let me see if I can get some information here.
Okay, so Professor, before we hit submit, we what's it called? We take a picture of we go off the Zoom and then we take a picture of everything,
Right.
and then we
right.
and then we input it into everything.
Are you using your
May I?
Are you using a cam scanner on your phone?
Yeah, I have one on my phone.
Okay, so then yeah, so what you do in the chat
Oh.
is you tell me that you're using the cam scanner, and then I make a notation.
All right, Professor.
Okay, wait a second. I just realized something. The way I tend to get the PDFs, I send it to a Google document.
That should still work.
Well, yeah. But what I mean is, how am I supposed to get it here without closing the page?
Well, you're gonna have to leave the quiz, and then you'll.
Oh, we submit it?
Right, because see, the free response is an assignment. So the free response stays open.
Oh, okay.
But then you let me know,
Okay,
and the free
thank
response
you.
is timestamped. So see, when you leave the quiz, I'll have that time.
Okay. So I've done all my free response now. So should I just click submit and then I take a picture of it and then I send it to the
Yes. Yes, and then I write
Got
down, like everything's timestamped.
Following has
So
not
hopefully
been
you can do that in 10 minutes.
Okay. So then I exit lockdown browser.
Yes.
And then I go, all right, well, I'm going to leave the call I'm just going to stop the video
Right.
and mute it.
But see, you would do this in the chat because we don't want to have other students, they're still trying to take the exam and then we're chit chatting. Oh, good. Oh yeah. And I'm writing this down. Like we want to be kind of quiet about this. So you would just put in the chat your name and that you're leaving the scan. And then I write down the time. And then hopefully you're only gone about 10 minutes.
Hello, Professor.
Yeah, question?
Yeah, my lockdown is taking a while to load. It's
Yeah, that's why
connecting to
that's
media.
why,
Please wait.
right, yeah, just wait.
Thank you.
Oh, mine's finally working. How are you supposed to draw in here?
Well, the idea is that you draw on a piece of paper, you scan that, and then you upload it. Because we're going to have some problems that are dimensional analysis problems that are really going to be tricky to try to type or put in or. So this, the idea
There
is
is
that,
no option to link.
I'm sorry, what?
Where's the free response assignment?
It's at the bottom of week 1. Scroll down to the module 1 at the bottom.
Got it. Found it. Thank you.
Okay, Bruce, did you have a question?
Oh, well, in the lockdown, there's no option to upload it, so I guess we're uploading it somewhere else.
You're uploading it in the free response. It's at the bottom of week 1.
Oh, I gotcha. What's your cat's name? Lavalier?
Oh, it's Lavoisier,
Yeah. Oh, it's
Senior
French.
BA, and Mucal.
Oh, you have 3.
Yes, only 3. One of them ran away when we moved.
Professor, I have a question about the multiple choice questions.
Uh-huh.
Okay, do we just like physically write out the answer?
No, the multiple choice
for the multiple
questions,
choice?
you can click. So on the quizzes, if there's
okay.
Yeah, so if there's a multiple choice question on the quizzes, you click right on your response there. So that gets submitted via the quizzes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna join again from my computer.
Okay. So, and you guys, we would want you to do this on the chat. We don't want to be constantly talking during the exams because students are thinking and concentrating and anywho. And I will check the chat if you have questions. So we want to try to keep kind of a quiet environment. So if you have questions, like say you forgot what the gas law, whatever it was, I would just look in the chat and then I would type it in for you. So we try to keep it as quiet as possible. And same with your families. They need to know this is a real college course. You're taking a real exam. No offense, but we don't want them in the kitchen using the blender or something while you're trying to take an exam. Okay, so I still would need visual on Amber, Erica, Jonathan, Pauline, and Gina, unless were they in the chat? Well, I guess I should be looking at the chat, shouldn't I?
Sorry,
Okay,
I was scanning my document.
Excellent. So yeah, you put your name and then what you're doing. And then I put the time down. Excellent, excellent. Wait, Benjamin, you have to put your name. It just says scanning. So we're doing address.
Looks,
Oh, someone put. Oh, hey, you didn't put the units in for gas law, did you? Yeah, but someone put the gas.
no, because I didn't
Someone
want
put
to
in the
write.
gas law.
Yeah. Writing that whole thing out on through text without being able to do the slashes is
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, so you guys are
Not
doing
doing
very
that.
well. You've got, yeah, you just put your name, scanning or whatever, and then I write down, I timestamp it. And we're gonna be reasonable about this. Hopefully it takes you only like 10 minutes to do this. Like I said, the problem is if you're gone for 45 minutes to scan, like that is gonna be a problem. That's like plenty of time for you to do something unethical.
God, I need to fucking clean my room.
My physics professor is giving us 20 minutes, and I was like, I feel like it's a little too long. It's like
I'm
a
hoping
long
you can do it
time.
in 10 minutes.
The only reason I've ever had to do it in less than 10 is my computer just wouldn't download something.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why.
Well, I have noticed.
Usually,
I have noticed that
although I
when
stay-
everyone's on their computer, it does seem like it's taking longer to use the internet and all that.
So
Mhm.
for question 3 on this practice quiz, is that one of the ones we would write out and then scan to you?
What was the question? I forgot.
Draw the
Oh,
Lewis
yeah.
structure of
See, there,
sulfuric
okay.
acid.
Right, yeah, you would want to draw it out. And the reason we're practicing this is because some of these questions are quite long and you might have a dimensional analysis question that takes up half the page. Do you really want to type that? I'm thinking no. Because I spent so long typing up these lecture notes for you guys. It takes such a long time to type. So the option is you do it on a piece of paper by hand, much easier than typing. And then you scan that and there's your answer. There's going to be some free response that you just do not want to have to type.
I tried typing it last time,
Oh, it's
and it was
horrible.
just,
It's horrible.
to say the least, it wasn't.
And then unfortunately for you, it could be
Because
a
you have to-
typo, but I have to grade it. So say you do a typo, it ends up being wrong, that still gets graded.
Yeah, I need to switch back.
Yeah, like instead of doing CL2, you do
Yep.
CH2, and it's
Yep.
like, well, I don't know what that is.
Gets marked as wrong.
Something that always catches me off guard is that phosphorus is P and not pH.
Yes, phosphorus is P.
I always. Yeah, and I keep looking, I'm like, wait, but what's pH? And there's no pH on the periodic table. You've got P, you've got PB. You don't have pH.
No, you don't have pH. Yeah, that's the other thing. If your internet's being unstable, hopefully there's enough time. That's why you have an hour for the quiz. It's only 2 questions. It shouldn't take you an hour, but I'm keeping in mind that we do have unstable internet. It happens. Oh, so on Tuesday, the quiz will open up at 9:15. And then when you are in the chat, if you could please say your name, like Robin Daru scanning or Robin Daru uploading. That would be better. Because some of them say from
Professor?
Yeah, question?
Yeah, is it okay for like all the questions that aren't multiple choice? Can I just put it all on the paper?
Yes.
Like I don't have to type any of the free
No, you
response
can
at
do
all.
it all by hand and then you can scan it,
Okay.
upload it into that free response.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Professor, although this time I did all of the problems, I did them on one page because they are short. You would prefer that all problems are done on separate pages, right?
It's up to
And they're all
you.
submitted as separate problems.
Yeah, we're gonna also go through this and make sure I can see it. There's some of these problems are gonna be too long to do on just one page.
Yeah.
So when you're in the chat, you need to put your name. You can't just say the word, you need to put your name and submit it. Or name and scan, because otherwise it just says from and then to everyone, like I don't even know who that is. So.
Would you prefer if we did it in private chat?
Nah, as long as it's on the chat. We're trying to make this as easy as possible.
Yeah, the reason I said to a private chat was because I wouldn't want to distract people by making them want to check the chat.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to distract people because you're not supposed to be looking at the chat anyway.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
You're supposed to be yeah, you're supposed to be just like doing the exam.
All right, I finally got it after millions of years. Sorry.
No, it's
So
not
you
a
need
problem. That's our
to see
practice now. Question?
So you want to see the computer and then me as well?
Yeah. That's perfect. Just like that's fine.
Professor?
Yes. Question?
So I went on school's website. And I found a link where I can check out a Chromebook. I filled out the survey, but now I just have to wait for them to respond back to me. So I can't do the practice quiz at the moment.
You could still do the file upload. You could practice that. So let's go ahead. Yeah, because that's separate. There's a free response file upload. You're supposed to draw a picture of a giraffe, a dog, or a cat.
Okay.
This is to draw the Lewis structure of ammonia. The Lewis structure of sulfuric acid. That'll be good enough. So let's practice using the file upload.
Okay.
Professor, apparently something I learned from my physics class is when you share the screen, there's an annotate feature.
Yes, there is. I've been using it all year, Madi. I'm getting really good at it. Yes, there is an annotate feature, Madi. I used it on Tuesday. You probably didn't even notice, did you? I've been using it. Yeah, it's really cool.
No, I thought it was a separate program.
No, I've been using it. It's just you guys can't see it on the screen when I click on it. Yeah, it's like when you see me like something in blue being typed in or a little arrow or something, that's the annotate. I like that. That's really helpful. Yeah, it took me a while to figure out how to use it.
and I see a cat has there.
Yes, yes.
If someone can
good.
have a cat on camera, can I have the? Yeah, can I put the fish?
Yes, go
It's a
ahead.
beta fish. It's
Put the
fine.
beta fish on
What are you talking
camera.
about? That's a new student.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. He looks scared. Lazy little fish. Why don't you evolve?
I don't know why Senor hasn't been visiting me. Usually every morning he visits me. He was doing it like all last semester.
I remember last year, any time that it was inconvenient, that cat would manage to come into frame. Is that just something that all cats know how to do? Just know when
guess
it's the most
so.
inconvenient time to be
Yes, I
around?
think they know.
Hi, I'm sorry. She's a rescue and she kind of
Oh,
she does what
Erica,
she
just
wants and I
playing
can't
with
really
you. No, Erica, I let my cats jump up on the desk all the time. I have to like move the keyboard.
She doesn't listen.
Well, no, I was surprised that Senor has not jumped up. The last couple of mornings he has not visited me. Usually there's like a cat back here on the bed taking a nap.
I love it. I have one. He's right here too. He now.
No, it's fine. We want
He
you
likes to
rest in
sunbathe.
peace. Okay, so please also make sure we know how to submit in the free response, because we're going to check that also. We'll make sure everyone knows how to use the free response, because that's where you put your answers. Because like Madi was saying, this is horrible to try to type out chemistry answers.
Hilariously, I think I still did it throughout the whole year though, because it wasn't the same assignment program. We had to directly put it into the Canvas. And for some reason, I don't know why, but my phone, it refuses to submit things through Canvas. I don't know why the app doesn't allow me to do it, but it has just never done it. So I always had to be like, okay, download it to Google Drive, and then from there I'll submit
but those
it.
ones I got pretty easily.
Yeah.
Those ones seem to work well.
Yeah, yeah, I can't really imagine chemistry problems without doing it by hand. I feel like there's so many like
Did you see
little
my lecture
symbols
notes I
that
typed
you just
up for
can't
you
do.
guys? It took me all summer to type up my handwritten into the lecture notes.
I actually ended up doing a little extra work yesterday. I didn't realize we had stopped at one of the at the initial rates method, right?
Right.
That first page. So I did the second page and I was like, oh, this answer came out to be really good. And then I looked up and we were doing lab information. I was like, okay. I was
You're ahead of
I'm
the
glad
game.
I got caught off.
Professor, where do I upload the
Okay, so go to
free
module,
response
go to the
to?
module week 1, and at the bottom, it says free response. There's an assignment.
I see it. Thank you.
Yes.
Are we able to take a picture of what we just wrote down and then submit it like that, or
But
does it
if
have
you
to be
scan it-
scanned?
Yeah, it needs to be scanned because what happened when people took pictures, the JPEGs were really illegible. For some reason, the JPEGs were just very difficult to read. They were off color. They didn't upload well, and the scanning is much more legible. So that's why we're trying to do the scanning, because that worked just fine. Because these are going to get pretty complicated, and the JPEGs just, I don't know why, but the JPEGs were just really hard. Like I couldn't read them at all. And then, okay, so let me find your free response practice, and we're going to make sure that it was uploaded properly. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm finding it. Here we go. Well, it looks like I don't have everyone's yet. So if I call your name, I do not yet have a free response. So let's start with that. And then I'm going to look at the free response and let you know if they're legible. So I'm calling the name of the people that I do not have the free response. So Eric Cruz, Christina Flores, Bruce Garcia de Alba, Rosa Gutierrez, Russell Legaspi, Jacqueline Medina, Stephen Wen, Elizabeth Ortiz, Alana Regal Budu, Erica Shiflett, Gina Shin, Rachel Sporko, Allison Tovar, Victor Varela. So those who do not have a free response yet.
I just submitted mine, so
Okay.
it should
Wait,
be
yeah,
popping up.
when you submit them, there's about a 5-minute lag time. So it does take some time, yeah. But I just want to make sure that when I open it up, it's legible and that you feel real comfortable with this process and that it worked. We're trying to relieve the stress for Tuesday. It's stressful enough taking a quiz, but we want to make sure that we can use this system. So we'll wait a few minutes. Because that's what the dress rehearsal is all about. And you guys realize you can take the Cypress College Chemistry Safety Quiz. You can take that more than once. You guys realize that?
Do we need 100% on the safety quiz?
No,
to
but
pass?
you need to, I mean, these are points. You don't want to throw away these points. So you want to get as high as you can.
Right.
Like I would want to get a 12.5 if it was me.
I
would
missed
take
one
it
question.
I would take it the first time and then figure out what I did wrong, and then I would take it again and get it perfect. I would want it perfect because that's points, man. So yeah, you're allowed to retake it. You don't want to throw away those points. You don't have to get it perfect, but you do have to at least pass it. Technically, if you do not pass the safety quiz, even though this is remote, I could drop you. Which sounds a little weird because
Can I take it right now?
Well, why don't you wait till
In the
class is
lab.
done? Why don't you wait till class is done? Yeah, but I believe the safety quiz is set up for 3 times.
Professor, where are the free response practice quiz?
It's in the module. It's in the, it should be in the module, the week 1 module.
Okay.
Okay, so we are still waiting on some people, but let me go ahead and go into the speed grader and make sure that it uploaded properly and it's legible. Okay, so Madi, is that a glass or something? It made a shadow.
What?
It made a shadow, whatever
Oh,
that is on the top of your paper,
me-
it has a huge shadow. Yeah, you're gonna wanna not have a shadow on your paper because it does make it harder to see. And you guys wanna remember to use your AQs and liquids. And you guys are gonna review your Lewis structures. Yours, yes, okay. So, yeah, you can use more of the paper
How
Madi.
dark is that shadow?
I don't know, there's something
Okay.
sitting.
Yeah, I'd like.
There's something sitting at the top of the paper is making this huge shadow. Hey, where's the spots on your giraffe?
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah,
Huh?
you can, because I scroll down, I can see the whole paper, so you can use more of the paper. Yeah, I can scroll down.
Yeah, I know. It was just
That's fine.
I didn't.
I'm disappointed that there's no spots
it was
on your
more.
giraffe. Just saying.
It's an albino giraffe. Yeah. Technically, at one point in time, giraffes did not have spots.
Really?
Yeah, well, before giraffes had the long necks, they used to be sort of like horses.
Oh.
But they needed to get more and more food. The problem is those necks, although strong, if you break it, they die very quickly. Yeah, giraffes are weird. I'm not completely convinced they exist. I've never seen a giraffe.
I just have to say that I think if you break anything's neck, it's gonna die.
That's what I was
not
thinking. I was thinking it doesn't matter whose neck you break, they're gonna die. Very true. Okay, so Jennifer, I can
You'd be
see it.
surprised. Some animals out there are crazy.
Okay, so Jennifer, I can see
They also
your,
have the same amount of vertebrae as us.
Jennifer, I can see it. So it's scanned very well.
Beautiful.
I can see it. We're good.
Beautiful.
Did I spell giraffe wrong?
I don't know.
I don't think so, but I don't know. I was confused.
Okay, so it is taking a while. We still want to go through this, but it's taking a while to download or just okay. So Richard Collado Castro, I can see it very well. Good job. Your cat has no body, but it's scanned very well. So we're good.
I'm no artist, teach. Professor, sorry to keep bothering you. I can't find the actual questions to where to like write down. I found the submit where to submit it, but I just can't see the questions because I can't.
Oh, the
Look at the
questions
quiz.
are in at the top of the module. There's the quiz. I think it has a little airplane icon. That's the actual quiz.
Yeah.
That's what you open up to get the questions.
The,
Is that
the
what?
one that says required to respond is lockdown browser and webcam.
Yes.
Well, I open it, but I can't. It just doesn't let me see anything. It just says if your system fails to launch, please make sure to have the latest version. But I
Well, you
can't
have
do
to.
that because I have the Chromebook.
Okay, wait. You have a Chromebook? Wait, what
Yeah.
what kind of computer do you have?
It's an Acer Chromebook.
Okay, so who was the
Yeah,
other?
I know.
Yeah, so who was the other student who had a Chromebook? Okay, so you're gonna
I stopped using a Chromebook
okay, so but this you can
because
get a
they can
Chromebook
be
from the
quite
school, right? I sent an
Yeah,
email.
I just told you earlier that
Okay, so I did send an email to distance education.
yeah, I just tried checking one out.
Yeah, so I just sent an email to
Okay.
distance education to ask them if the school Chromebooks can use lockdown browser.
They can't because they don't use Windows. And that particular thing uses Windows.
Okay.
I already know this because I've had several classes where the students were having issues with it. And it was because they had Chromebooks.
Is there another computer in your house that you could use, Eric? Or whoever I'm talking to? I'm Brandon. I don't even know who I'm talking to.
Oh no, I don't have another computer at the moment.
Okay.
I had to use Microsoft Edge for it to work. I don't know if you can download that.
Ooh.
It
Try
still
that.
won't work because the operating system's not Windows. They use a Android-based system.
It is Android. Yeah. I was hoping there was like some special app or
It won't.
something.
Not-
That's why I contacted distance education, because if there's a special app that you could use, then we could do that.
Maybe.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I'm hoping.
Let me look it up.
Okay, so look, oh, Eric Cruz, I can see it scanned very well, so good job. We do need to work on some nomenclature skills, but I can see it. It's good.
So it says you can run it on a Chromebook. It says to download a Chrome extension. You can only run it in kiosk mode.
Okay, so Christina Flores, there is still, does not have a submission.
It says download the Chromebook app. Okay.
Was there a website for that, Bruce?
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now on the.
Oh, thank you.
Here, I'll link it in the chat.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
See if you can get it to work with that.
Okay, so Bruce, I can see I'm guessing that's a dog because it says wolf. So it's,
Yeah.
yeah, so it looks good.
I can't draw, I'm sorry.
Well, most science people can't. So I can see that it looks really good.
I mean, I can do stuff like this, but I can't draw anything else.
Okay, Rosa Gutierrez does not have a submission.
I submitted already, so you said
Okay,
it
we'll
takes
have
about
to
5 minutes
wait.
and you should get it soon.
We'll check because I want to make sure that it's legible also and everything works. So I'll go back and check. Russell
Okay.
Lagaski does not have a
Okay, thank you.
submission.
I submitted it like a couple minutes ago, so I
It
don't.
will take
I
some
think
time.
it's just waiting to
Yeah,
go
it
through
has
for
to
you.
go through the error, whatever it does. It
Yeah,
does take,
mhm.
yeah, it does take a few minutes. And plus, I noticed my internet's slower than normal because everyone's on the internet.
Yeah, that's because so many people are in it. Yeah.
So Jacqueline Medina does not have a submission. But this is time well spent because this is how we'll do it for the whole semester. Because we don't want to be doing in the exam or quiz, people are getting frustrated. We want everything to be working and yeah.
So since I can't open the quiz, what did you want me to submit exactly?
I still want you to submit it though. Draw a cat or a dog or a giraffe.
Okay.
Draw the Lewis structure of sulfuric acid. The Lewis structure of ammonia. And then there's the free response assignment. That's where you submit.
Okay, got it.
So we want to make sure that everything works. So the submitting, this
One
is
of
how
those
you'll be
things
answering
is
it.
not
'Cause
like the other.
Like Madi was saying, you don't want to have to type up. If you have the, I would not want to type up equations, and of course I did, but anyway. Okay, so Amber, I can see your cat. It looks like it's the Cheshire cat because part of it's less visible. So it looks good, Amber. Excellent. Okay, so Jessica, I can see it looks very legible. So the CAM scanner worked very well. So Jessica, you're good. So Stephen Wen does not have a submission.
It's gonna take a bit of time to process.
Okay. Okay, so Tammy, when there's a bit of a shadow, was that your phone making the shadow?
I think it might be my phone. I just have to
Yeah, I
work on the
think
lighting then, I think.
Yeah. So you want
Thanks.
to be careful that your phone, because I had a student who like their whole phone was like this big old shadow.
Okay, I'll fix the lighting next time.
Yeah, so just make sure that when you're doing it, there's not a big shadow, because that one I can see it, but that one student had, it looked like he held his phone directly above it, and it's like the whole page was a big shadow. But yours is off in the margin, so it's not really covering anything. But so I can see it.
Make sure you use flash if you want to avoid the shadows.
Oh.
That's a good idea. Thank you.
Also, make sure to look at the photo itself, because if it's blurry, that can cause a lot of problems.
So Elizabeth Ortiz does not have a submission. Oh, very nice, Alana. I can tell that's a draft and it has spots. And yes, we do need to review our nomenclature. You're not the only one. Definitely. You guys have this weekend to review your nomenclature, because your quiz on Monday, you're going to be given word problems, and you're going to have to translate them into the formulas. And I did not hold back.
Yeah, kind of rusty.
The chemical nomenclature in the lab.
When I saw the word, when I saw perchloric acid, basically all of them just came rushing back.
I see. Okay, so Erica, it looks good. I can see it. Good job scanning or whatever you did. Gina Shin does not have a submission. So apparently, Ethan, your giraffe doesn't have a tail. But I can see it. So it looks good.
Okay, thank you. I forgot they had tails.
Rachel does not have a submission.
You get to work on your Chromebook.
So
No.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. So Pauline, I can see yours. Thank you for labeling it's a cat.
Yeah, it didn't look like a cat, so I wanted to make sure that you knew.
Well, mine looked like a cat, but it was a dog.
Okay, so Yang Chang, I can see yours. It scanned very nicely.
I actually used my iPad. Was that okay?
Oh, it looks good. It looks good. Yeah, I can. It's very legible.
All right. Okay.
So Allison Tovar does not have a submission.
Professor,
Yes. Question?
are we allowed to like have a periodic table?
Yes, you're gonna
for
want
the
a periodic-
quiz?
Yeah, you're gonna want a periodic table on the quiz. Yeah, you're gonna want to have a periodic table amongst your papers.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay,
so
thank you.
Ben, oh, you're welcome. Ben, can you write a little larger, Ben? You write teeny. You didn't even, okay, yeah, I can see it, but if you could just write a little larger. That would be helpful if you could just write a little larger. Oh, wait a minute, can I zoom? Oh, I can, never mind, Ben, I can zoom. Cool. Forgot about that. Okay, you're good, I zoomed on you.
I'll
thought
also
you
write
were
larger to
zooming.
help you though.
No, I can zoom. Apparently I can zoom. I can rotate, I can zoom.
Well, at the moment, we're all zooming.
No, I mean, Maddie.
Terrible joke.
I mean the actual word zoom on your submission. I have options in my anyway. So yes, Maddie, we are.
Professor, I submitted my document at 10:16, so I don't know if it just hasn't.
Okay, I will go back and
gotten
read the names of the people that's not on there. I just want to make sure it's like a scanning.
Okay.
Okay, so Jonathan, it scans fine. So I can see it, it looks good. We're just checking to make sure your scanning is working and whatever you're doing. Okay, so let me go back to the grades and reload it and make sure we have everyone's, because sometimes I just need to reload it. And again, if you have any questions, just holler. Now is the time. Okay, so I'm going to refresh the page and then I will call the names of the ones that don't have it yet. So hopefully everything's in there. It looked like everyone who did scan it, the scans came out beautifully. So we know that part works. Okay, so Christina Flores does not have a submission. Jacqueline Medina does not have a submission. Elizabeth Ortiz does not have a submission. Gina Shen does not have a submission. Okay, so we just have 3. So did you submit recently? Oh, is it 4?
Me?
Yeah, so we've got, so there's no submission for Christina Flores. No submission for Jacqueline Medina. No submission for Elizabeth Ortiz. No submission for Gina Shen.
Okay, so I think you got mine then.
Yeah, so I'm only calling it, so the ones that I've looked at all look good. We just want to make sure everyone is able to submit, because we don't want this to happen on Tuesday and then you're having difficulties.
Okay.
So let me refresh the page. Okay, so still no submission for Christina. So Christina, did you submit yours? Is Christina Flores in class? Maybe she's not here. Okay. Jacqueline Medina, are you in class? Maybe some people aren't here. Elizabeth Ortiz, are you here? Gina Shin, are you here? Well, could be this, they're just not here. Okay, so some people just may not be here. I didn't take roll, but anyway. So what I want to do now is I want to make sure we're really good on Tuesday. So let me share my screen and show you.
Gina just put in the chat that her internet's bad, but she's
Oh,
here.
okay. So Gina, go ahead and submit, and then I will make a note here to double check. We just want to make sure everything's working so that on Tuesday, we already know what we're doing. So I will check and make sure that it gets submitted. So you want to go ahead and submit it today. And I'll check on it. Like if you can go ahead and try to submit it. Yeah. Okay. So let me find. Okay, so let's go to the course. Okay, so next week, we take a look at next week. Okay, so next week, then this will have the questions on it. We're gonna have, it's gonna be 2 questions, but they're kind of multi-part, definitely giving you word equations. You will have to translate them into formula equations. So this will be the questions where it has the little, I guess it's an airplane icon or a spaceship. Okay, and then this is what we were doing today with the assignment. This is what you will scan and upload into your assignment. So it's going to be right here available to you. And then this is going to be opening up at 9:15. So that gives us from 9 to 9:15 to kind of get organized. And then your free response.
Can we get like a practice quiz?
That was today.
Or no? Oh.
That's,
okay.
yeah, that was. Okay, well, let me tell you this. You gotta have to know your nomenclature. So for this, let me go ahead and take a look to kind of give you a warning. Yeah, we did the practice quiz. That was today. There's no like practice quiz for the actual quiz. Yeah, there isn't that.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so the first question is a word equation, and then you have to write a balanced equation, and then you're gonna have to do some stoichiometry and some dimensional analysis. Second question is also.
Just so I have like an idea.
Yeah, you're gonna have to know. Yeah, you have to take words. So the second one is also a word equation that you're gonna have to translate into a balanced equation. And you guys need to use your AQ, S, and L, all that liquids. So balanced equation including phases, and then there's a whole bunch of dimensional analysis. So it's pretty heavy on the nomenclature. And then, like I said, there's a lot of dimensional analysis. It's be easier just to write it by hand, nice and neat, and then scan like we did today. And then here's where you're going to upload your answers. Okay, so do you have questions? What's going to happen on Tuesday? And we have an hour. It should be plenty of time. Okay, any questions? Okay, well, that was our dress rehearsal. Okay, so let's see if we can do a problem before we take a break. I believe Madi already did this problem.
Yeah.
Okay, so then also what you can do is you can leave the Zoom room via your phones, and you can join the Zoom room back on your computers. So we can do that right now. Okay, so if you want to go ahead and leave the Zoom room with your phones and join back into the computers, I'll let you back in. So we can do the lecture and the rest of the class. So if you're already on your computer in the Zoom room, looks like everyone must be already in. Okay. Okay, so hopefully you're on your computers and we can do some more lecture. Oh, 9:03. Okay. And let me admit some people. Hopefully I admitted people. Okay, so we have a problem where we're given multiple experiments and we're asked to determine the rate law and the rate constant. And we're using this initial rate method of production of bromine. So here's the balanced equation. And here's the reactants. For some reason, I put them out of order, but that doesn't really matter. So let me show you how I did this. Oopsie. Okay, so I chose to compare rate 2 to rate 1, because what I do is I kind of glance at these. I see these changed, but look, same, same. So I'm going to choose 2 over 1. I find the rate. It's molarity per second. And I put the rate through the 1. And then I copy my data down. I call this M, N, P, but you can use any letters. Okay, then I do the math. Is there a question? Cancel, cancel. I do the math here. And then I have to work out the M, and luckily I didn't have to do any fancy math. I just kind of did it in my head. So now I have the M. So I have my first exponent. So I'm going to do the same process. And I'm going to compare rate 3 to rate 2. So these cancel, I do the math, units cancel. This is just a coincidence. The n also is 1 in this case. Same idea to get the other exponent. Okay, any questions about this part? Now we can set up the rate law. Okay, so we know that, so what I did is I took this first column, let me scroll so we can see a little bit, right? I like to just be organized. So I had this first column for this, the second column for this, and the third column for this. I always do it that way. Whatever the data is, I set up according to the data, so I'm not getting confused. I try to keep it organized. So then when I set up my rate law, I know which one of the exponents count for which one of the data because I just followed the table. So I put rate equals the rate constant, and then the bromate was to the order of 1. Oh, Madi, you raised your hand? What is it, Madi?
Yeah, I had a question. The units that we use for our final answer, they are inverse molarity seconds, right?
We're gonna have to work those out.
Like 1 over C.
Yeah, we
like,
have to work out the units.
okay.
Yeah, that's gonna be different for every rate law, and so the best way is to work those out. The bromide was to the order of 1, the hydrogen ion to the order of 2. And then what Madi was asking about, the question also asked you the rate constant. And so you can pick any of the experiments and you put in the data for that experiment, but you are going to have to use the units. So this is what he was talking about. When you have to find the rate constant, you're trying to isolate it completely. So let's take a look at how we got those units. Okay, so this was the rate for that particular experiment. This is our unknown we're trying to isolate. I just took all of these and did the math. But then this is molarity. So that's how I got this molarity. This is molarity. That's how I got this molarity. And then this is molarity times molarity. So that's how I got molarity times molarity. So that's how I have all those units. So we're going to have to isolate And let me show you how that ended up working out. Okay, so to isolate the K, you're going to want to isolate it numerically. So you're going to want to divide both sides by this. But you're also dividing both sides by this. That's how it ended up being molarity, 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 molarity on the bottom. And then one of the molarities is going to cancel, but then you still have the others on the bottom. That's how you get the molarity to the -3. And then this is on the bottom also. So you have to isolate the rate constant numerically, but then also isolate the rate constant as far as what the units are. And since every rate law could be different, you're going to want to work it out.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
How did you choose 0.80 times 10 to the -3?
Okay, let's take a look at that. Okay, so we go back to our data. Okay. You could choose this one and then make sure you use the corresponding data. Or you could choose this one. Make sure you use the corresponding data. Or as long as you use the data that goes with that experiment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you just choose one of the
Yes.
experiments. And...
Yes, exactly.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so how do we know this is initial rate law experiment? Because look at all this data we're giving you. And usually it will say something like initial rate. That's like a big clue you're going to be doing it this way. Just to let you know, to get all the points, you're going to want to set it up nice and neatly like this. If you do this in your head and you just give me this, you're going to lose a lot of points because I can't see your process. I need to see the work. The work itself is usually worth more points than just the answer. So some of you I know can do math in your head. You still need to show me how you got it. So this is one of those times where you have to do it this way to get all the points. And then
if we get an answer for like MN or P that is, or not MN or P, if we get an answer on the other side when we're doing the initial rates law, right? For example, when we're trying to find M, right? And on the other side, and we divide equations 1 and 2. If we get a number that isn't like, isn't a great number, like it doesn't turn into like 1, 2, or 3.
You still got to figure it out.
Are we expecting? Yeah, we're expecting to use the logarithmic laws in order to figure it out, right?
Well, okay, so as far as the math, yes, if it gets nasty, you're kind of on your own. And your book does have an example where they're showing you have to do like logarithms and stuff. So yeah, for the math.
Okay.
Yeah, for the math, you're on your own figuring that out. Most times it ends up being not so bad. But you're right, there's going to be times where you have to do more sophisticated math. If you take a look in your Chang textbook, there is an example where it shows you that. And it shows you how to do the math. So that is definitely a possibility. So yeah, the math part can get to be more complicated than this. And then also, since this is to the power of 1, if you don't show that 1, you're still going to get full credit because that means the same. Again, here, if this is to the power of 1, you're going to still get full credit if you don't show the 1 because we understand what that means. Okay, other questions? And yes, you're gonna have to figure out the units. You're gonna have to work those out. Okay, so this is from your textbook. So this is a figure that's in your book. It's not in your notes because I just added it yesterday after some questions. So all you would really need to do is a little sketch. So in your notes, you would have room to just do a little like this. You're not going to have to draw this thing, but you, on your notes, just do a little sketch like this. I guess I need to show you that. Oh, my bad. Okay. And then in your sketch, all you would need to do is just put in this, the time looks like it's in seconds. That's here. So just do a little sketch. And then this looks like it's what, natural log of something. Just put, oh, N2O5. Let's see. That's going to be sufficient for your notes. Oh, that was supposed to be N. You don't need to sketch the numbers and the all of that. If you just do a low base sketch like this, that will be fine. And what's this going that way? And then just add this to your sketch. Okay, so again, this is a figure from your book, so it is in your book. But you can just draw a little sketch like that. Okay, we've been sitting there for 2 hours. We need a break. We're going to take a 10-minute break, do some jumping jacks, do some yoga, run around the house, something. Pet your cat. But we need to take a break. We need to get up. Oh, so 10-minute break. Oh my God. Wow. Oh, that's a long.
Professor,
Yeah.
I sent your school email an email from my Zoom account trying to see if adding you as a contact would make it easier to get into your Zoom session. So if you see an Archer Regal Budo email from Zoom, that's me.
Okay. You can. Oh,
Yeah.
but you're in, right?
I'm just experimenting. Yeah, I'm in the class. I'm in the Zoom. I'm just seeing it. I'm just trying to figure out if I can get into your Zoom class easier from the Zoom app.
Oh, I don't know.
If you're a contact.
Okay.
I have no idea. I'm just experimenting.
I've been experimenting since like March 13th, 2020.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It must be so
I
hard to go from
I
in
just get used
classroom
to
to
not knowing
online.
anything. I'm just totally used to it. Like, I don't know. I'll find out. Okay. So as you can see, we have a nice linear graph. This would be like perfect data in a perfect world. So we're going to look at first order. So we see here we have the rate law. And if we look at our rate law, that's how it's first order. So you can write this rate law and not write the 1, and we know the 1 is there, so that would still make this first order. So we take our rate law. Oh my goodness, too fast. Okay, so we take the rate law and we do calculus on it. And if you're really interested in finding out how to do all the steps, it's in your book. But when we do the calculus on the rate law, so in other words, this, we do calculus on this, and that's how we get the integrated rate law. So this that's in the yellow here, that's the integrated first order rate law. And you notice it's in the form of y equals mx plus b. So this negative k is our m. The time is our x. Our intercept is the natural log of the a sub 0. And then our y is the log of whatever, which in this case is a. So this graph corresponds to doing the calculus on the rate law to get the integrated rate law. And now this equation corresponds to this graph. Did you follow that, or is your brain just kind of full for the day?
May I ask which page on the in the textbook?
Oh, okay. So this, I believe, was figure 13.10.
Okay.
Yeah, this is directly from your textbook. Yeah, I didn't label that. I think it's figure 13.10. So let me see if I can find the page while you guys copy that down. Okay, so it's page 572. in your chain. So we're labeling this A as the concentration of A at time t. When we put this little 0 in here, it means the initial concentration of A. We can rearrange all of this, and you can either use this form or you can either use this form. It doesn't matter. They're the same equation. So now we have a problem. Given the decomposition of dinitrogen pentoxide follows first order kinetics, if the initial concentration of dinitrogen pentoxide is 0.25 and the rate constant is 5.1 times 10 to the minus 4 per second, what's the concentration of dinitrogen pentoxide at 3.2 minutes? So we need to use the integrated first order rate law equation and plug in the numbers. But to be careful, the rate constant is in per seconds and the time is at 3.2 minutes. We need to have the same time. And it doesn't matter as long as you use minutes for both of them or you use seconds for both of them. Okay, so let me show you the setup. I'll give you some time to copy it down, then we'll talk about it. Oh, I'm kind of covering everything. Oops, I'm covering everything up. Okay, you're going to want to take your calculators out and make sure that given the setup, you are able to use your calculators. So this is one of those problems where you have to find out what to put where. So this is our rate constant, so it goes in for the rate constant. Really fast on my calculator, I just changed this to seconds so my units would match up. I have to be careful. This is the initial concentration that goes on the top. Now, this is one equation, one unknown. But we do have the natural log here. So that's why it says take the anti-ln of both sides. So I took the numbers and just got a number. My seconds canceled. So if I take the anti-log of this side, that essentially just gets rid of the log. The anti-log of log is just, now you got nothing, it's gone. To take the anti-log of this number, you want to have it in brackets. That is your X. And you want to find that E button.
It's usually you press second on the top of a calculator and then you click on LN.
Yeah, that's where it is on mine too. Thank you, Maddie. But you do want to practice this because during an exam or quiz, I cannot help you with your calculators. Like I wouldn't be able to tell you this. So you want to make sure that you use your calculator, you get this answer or close to it. And then I'm not going to be worried about sig figs in lecture. We have enough to worry about. We will worry about sig figs in lab. So let's say you had like 0.226 or something like that. Hey, that's same thing, close enough. So you do want to take some time, make sure you can use your calculators and that you get this answer.
The reason the top equation why it's ln of A of concentration A is equal to negative KT plus ln of initial concentration. That's because ln, if you divide it, then you can change it to ln of A initial minus ln of A.
Yes, the math.
Yeah.
It's the math works out. I just don't like using negatives. So by habit, I tend to use this.
Oh, okay.
It's just a habit. But you guys get to have a cheat sheet for each quiz. And so you can doodle what you want on the cheat sheet. Because I'm gonna expect one of your pieces of paper to just have written all over it. So a piece of paper cheat sheet, just one, and then a periodic table. But the reason, yeah, question?
When I put this in on my calculator, it's asking e to a certain exponent. Do you
Right.
know what
Okay. So it's asking e to the x.
Yeah.
This is your x.
Oh.
That whole number is your x.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Other questions? Does anyone need more time copying this down? Okay, so we're going to use the same system. We're still using the decomposition of dinitrogen pentoxide and its first order kinetics for the next problem. Okay, so this is asking how long will it take in minutes for it to decompose from an initial concentration of 0.25 molarity to 0.15 molarity. This is the same system. Therefore, it's the same rate constant. So now we just need to do the math. So you just keep simplifying. and we're solving for time. So again, you do want to pull your calculators out. Make sure that you are able to use your calculator to answer this.
Are the six for 5, are the sig figs correct? I know you said you don't.
Oh, I don't care, Maddie.
Okay.
I don't care about this. We have got so many equations to learn and use, and I don't care about sig figs in lecture. I am not going to take off points on sig figs in lecture.
Okay.
On the lab reports, yes, but not in lecture. Oh. It looks like 2. Looks like everything's 2 sig figs. Any other questions besides sig figs questions? Okay, we're in the same system with the same rate constant. So the next question is also relating to this system. So it's asking you, how long will it take to convert 62% of the starting material of dinitrogen pentoxide to product? Okay, we're going to have to do some math here. We have to do an assumption. Let's assume that our A initial, which is our dinitrogen pentoxide, is 100%. So if we've converted 62% of it, that means we have 38% of the starting material remains. Now we have some numbers to plug into our integrated rate law. And now we just have to do the math. Okay, so if you would please pull out your calculators and practice solving this, and then we'll look at the answer. So you just take it step by step and simplify. Now the question just said how long, it didn't say seconds or minutes. So as long as you label seconds or label minutes, you're fine.
On exams, will you specify which one, or will you be?
Sometimes I do, and then you want to be careful because you could have the right answer, but I didn't ask for that, so you could lose points. So yeah, sometimes I do say in seconds or in minutes, or yeah. So you want to make sure you read the question.
Okay, so it will always be stated. If it isn't
No,
stated.
okay, in this case, okay, let's say this is a free response. It didn't state it, as long as you tell, as long as you use the units.
Okay. So if you were to, for some reason, if like you got a number, like it was more than, it was so big that it was more than 60 minutes, right? So you wanted to just make it into hours in order to make it
Yeah, you
easier,
can
that
do
would
that.
be okay.
Yeah, as long as you tell me it's hours, as long as
Okay.
you use the units. You're definitely gonna use units this semester. Other questions? And you also want to make sure you read how the question is phrased so that you can work out your numbers.
For example, like this question, you could switch out how long will it take to convert 62%? You could say, how long will it take for the initial concentration to become 38%?
Yeah, there's different ways to phrase this.
Yeah, that would be the same thing.
Yeah. So we didn't ask for specific units, so you just want to make sure that you use units. Okay, looks like.
How did you 2.63 number?
I'm sorry, what?
How did you get the ln of 2.63? How did you get that number?
Oh, so let me, where's my share? Where's my? Okay, so let me find my little annotate. Okay, so I took this and I did the math. And that gave me the 2.631578. Okay, and then are you asking, okay, can you ask the questions again? Because I forgot what you asked. What did you
Oh, I get it.
Okay.
Thank you.
The Zoom fatigue is setting in. Zoom fatigue is real. I keep telling all my friends there is such a thing as Zoom fatigue.
Professor?
Yes.
I got a question.
Yeah.
When I was doing the question, I was like, I was getting 1.897 times 10 to the 4, not to the 3. So is there something wrong on the equations or what?
For the answer? For here.
I was getting 10 to the 4 instead of 10 to the 3.
Okay, you want to be careful when you're doing this one because this one has an exponent with it. Yeah, so when you're doing this one, you want to use brackets. So when you get this and divide it by this, you want to use brackets. So let me show you what I'm talking about, because this happens all the time with calculators. Calculators just do what you tell them to do. So 0.96758, that's going to be on top. And then when you do the divide, you want to make sure that you do your little, oh my God, well, okay. You do the brackets.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, if you don't, it does what you tell it to do and it like multiplies at the end, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, and see, now is when you want to make the mistakes so that you won't make the mistakes on the exams and the quizzes. So that's why you want to practice these problems. You got it okay now? Yeah, you want to be really proficient with your calculator.
I always, when I do brackets, I put like 3 more than I really need to. Like I just put way too many brackets on it.
I see.
I don't want to deal with I want to deal with it.
I see.
Like I'll put, for example, the -4, when you put 10 to the power of -4, rather than just putting the -4, that would be fine. I just put that in a bracket because I'm like, I don't want it to get misconstrued.
Okay, so again, I inserted this like just last night. What you just need to do is you just need to do like a little sketch of it. And so we've got time in the bottom here. And then looks like 1 over, and I need a little line here. Whatever A is, A at time t. And then it looks like our line's going that way. Okay, so you just need to do like a little sketch like this on your paper. And again, this is a figure in your book somewhere. Ooh. Okay, so now we have another rate law. So now we have rate equals the rate constant, concentration of A to the 2. And that's why it's second order. Oopsie. We take this rate law, the second order rate law, and we do the calculus. And that's how we get the integrated rate law, which is this one highlighted here. So our A is still our concentration of A. The lowercase k is our rate constant. Our A sub 0 is our initial concentration of A. So now we have another equation in the form of y equals mx plus b. So you would graph 1 over A versus time. You would get a nice linear graph. And you could prove that with second order. Ooh, and now we have a problem. So we have a rate constant. We have an initial.
Professor?
Yeah, question?
Yeah. So the difference between first order graphs and second order graphs, since they're both linear, is that first order goes negative slope and second order goes positive slope?
Right.
Okay.
And they have different y's.
Right. Okay.
Yes, exactly. So we have a rate constant, we have an initial concentration, we have a time, and we know it follows second order kinetics. And so we're going to use the second order integrated rate law. So now it becomes a matter of knowing what to use. Because it's second order, we will use this equation. And then now we just got to plug everything in and do the math. So again, you're going to want to get your calculators out and make sure you can do all this math.
Professor,
Yes.
will the question always like differentiate between whether it's asking for first or second order?
You have, well, okay, so you have to either be given the rate law so that you can see its first order, second order, third order, or I could give you the initial rates method problem and you have all the data and you have to determine the rate law. And then I could give you another question like this on top of it. So the short, yeah, so the short answer is you would have to be given the rate order. The long answer is if I combined questions, I could give you an initial rates method problem, and then you would have to do this. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, you do have, I could give you the graph. I could like just say, oh, here's a graph. Or I could put it in words. I could put the graph in words. There's so many creative ways to ask the questions, but you do have to know the order because then you need to know which integrated rate law you're going to use.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so I'm sensing a huge need for review. Yeah. Okay, so we're back to the module here. And let's see where I put it. Oh, okay. So I put it here in the initial content week UNA. And I believe this is the one you need to have the Microsoft. We did this one already. You need to have the Microsoft. Like you can get that free from school. And then keep in mind, you can watch these over again. So this is pretty much what we did. Or you can always just go on my YouTube channel. Somewhere in here. Okay. My Daru General Chemistry 2 YouTube channel. Like all the videos for the entire semester on there. Now this one, I highly recommend this Organic Chemistry Tutor. He's really good. So you do have lots of resources. But I sense that we also need to review. Because even though it's only been 6 weeks, apparently your brain has put the Gen Chem away for not ever using again. So really, this class is more like a 2-year class, 1 year of Gen Chem and 1 year of OChem. So you need to know concepts from Gen Chem to do OChem. So yeah, anywho. Okay, so this is here for you to review, and we do want to go through it and anywho. Okay, so you need to remember about electrolytes, the concept of strong electrolytes. Someone did not do their job that they were paid for to do editing. That person should give their money back. And then these are wrong. These are resonance arrows. Someone threw in resonance arrows. Okay, so we do need to understand strong. Strong like is just everything breaks up. And then here we go. These are correct. So when we're looking at the weak electrolytes, we're saying that some of this stays and a lot of it breaks up. And then we're going to show the arrows this way. So this is a reversible reaction, and the reaction can occur in both directions. And we're going to be looking at that in several of the chapters. Okay, so we expect you to remember everything from your Gen Chem 1. So if you're asked to do a net ionic, or if I refer to a net ionic, you're expected to remember what the net ionic is. So notice here that we're using the AQs and the AQs. Someone got lazy and they didn't put them in. Okay, this should be AQ, 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 AQ. So when we get to this in class, and if you were asked to write the molecular net ionic or ionic, this is the total ionic and net ionic, you'd expected to be doing the you would be expected to show the AQs. So if you didn't, this is what you would see. -1, -1, -1, -1, -1, -1, -1, -1. You just lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 points out of a 15-point problem. We're looking for perfection here.
Wait, so in a question, we'd have to cross this out, but we'd have to cross it out, or
Oh, okay. So the problem is that you need to have the AQ on every one of these. The crossing off, I don't care so much about. It's the AQ. That whoever did this just got real lazy. Can't see.
and solid AQs.
They only did the solid. No, there was an AQ over here too. We want to write out all these AQs. We need to, because we're going to use them when we set up equations. So in other words, if this was your answer the way they have this, I would take off -1, -1, -1, -1, -1. I would take off all those places you did not show an AQ, I would take off. And if this is a 15-point problem, you've lost half your points. These should all have those should all have AQs on them. Did that answer your question?
Yes, they need to all be. They need to
Yes.
show if they're
Oh, here
acquis.
we go again. So again, someone did not do their job. You do want to show all these AQs. So AQ, AQ, solid, yes, we need to show all of this. Okay, so it looks like lead iodide was insoluble. Oh yeah, okay. So you're gonna want to refresh your memory on this pretty well. So column 1, those are all going to be soluble. So anything in column 1, we're going to say it's soluble. Ammonium, anything, soluble. This gets a little, yeah, because there's exceptions. So it's kind of harder to memorize these. I would start with memorizing the ones that are always. So I would know that any of those compounds are soluble, any of those compounds are soluble. I just memorize those. And then it looks like we got, we're good on any sulfate. That's soluble. So I would start with those. That's easier to start with the ones where there's just like an all or nothing. We also have some ones that are just insoluble. So that's a good place to start too. So if it's a carbonate, it's insoluble, except for these ones. These are soluble. If it's a phosphate, it's insoluble. So these ones are also good ones to know. But these are insoluble, unless it's like one of these. Is this making any sense, or is your brain just overloaded? Start with the ones that are just like all or nothing, because it's really tricky to start memorizing these ones. So all column 1 are soluble. All ammonium salts are soluble. Start with that. So yeah. Yeah.
In the insoluble exceptions for the nitrates, it has Ag plus twice. Is that supposed to be something else?
Oh, no. It says whoever got paid to edit these did a very poor job.
I think we could make this an assignment for extra credit. Just go through this
Oh,
and just correct all the mistakes. Notice.
that's okay. There's not too many of them. Okay. So they do have nice colors, some of them. So, and that's, I guess I'm gonna touch, oh, anyway. Okay, so yeah, these are all solubles, so insoluble, sorry. And then now it's saying, do you remember what we just covered? So can you go back and label all these? And this is just all based on that solubility table thingy, Bob. So yeah, you're using.
So
You want, yeah, question?
yes, so in basic terms, like group 1, column A, the solubility, when those are involved in an equation, it is basically always, it's going to be soluble.
Yeah.
Even if it's with
Yes.
something like carbonate.
So that's where you want to start. Start with that, because otherwise it's really difficult to memorize this table, but start with the ones that are always. So that's why this letter C, sodium is the alkali metal, group 1A. There you go. Start with that. That you can memorize. That's definitely doable. It's this other ones that are just like, oh my gosh. But start with the ones that you can memorize, that there's like always. Because that will be a good help when we're doing this class, if you know the ones that are always. And then this, hopefully you remember how to do this. So for example, if you're asked this, you could be able to write the molecular, total ionic, and net ionic. So it's easier just to go through each of them rather than just going straight for the net ionic. So that's what you're starting with. And then you want to know about the solubilities. So potassium's in column 1. This is what you want to be able to get to. You want to be able to put in the AQ, solid AQ. Once you can do the molecular, you can do the total ionic and the net ionic. But these are based on the solubility rules.
Did the table go into detail about solubility of things like NO3, which is like always soluble when
Did
it's
it?
paired?
I don't know. Let's see. Can we go back and, oh.
It may have, but you specifically said you were talking about the alkali metals.
I don't know how to go backwards, Maddie.
Okay. It might be on the bottom.
I don't know. Oh, well, sorry. That was going forwards. Well, this is, it's in your text. Well, okay. You can look at these general solubility rules online, and then also these PowerPoint slides for review are in the module. You just need to be able to use the Microsoft, and the school has free Microsoft. So you guys can go back and review this on your own. So these PowerPoint slides are in the module. So you can go back and look at it. And then we got our total ionic, cross off the spectator ions, and then you get to the net. So there's going to be times where we're going to say, okay, we're going to use the net ionic. You want to understand what that means. Oh, yes. Definitely you're going to want to know your acids and your bases. We have chapter 15 is acids and bases. Half of chapter 16 is acids and bases. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Okay, hydronium ion. That's hydronium ion. Then we got the Bronsted, slightly different definition.
Then Lewis.
Well, we're not going to worry about that yet. Let's not scare people. Oh, here we go. Oh, that should be a lowercase l. Okay, we got strong acid, acidic acid to weak acid. Diprotic means you got 2. Triprotic means you got 3. So you need to remember all these terms. And yes, you need to, who did this if they can't remember to do that right? Oh my gosh. Okay, so yeah, you need to know all of these. Just memorize these now. Don't worry about memorizing the weak acids. Worry about memorizing these strong acids. So right now, well, these are all in the same column in the periodic table. So that's a good start. So memorize that these are strong acids. Nitric acid is a strong acid, sulfuric acid, perchloric acid. These are all strong acids. So just memorize these now with the correct formula. Don't memorize these because there's too many of them, but start with this list. This is a very good start. Okay, then you want to be able to label as a Bronsted acid or base based on the definition, which you have kind of sort of memorized. So first of all, we have to know the definition and then be able to apply it.
These slides are on Canvas, correct?
Yeah, I put them in Canvas and you need Microsoft to open them, and you guys can get free Microsoft as students. So I put, there's over 100 PowerPoint slides per chapter. So I went in and eliminated the ones that we really don't need and kept the ones that we really do need. So yeah, you can review that. The more review you do this week, the better, because I still can't believe last semester that student did not know the formula for barium hydroxide. And then when he did his equation, it was wrong. And then everything else was wrong because he didn't have the right formula. He ended up getting 7 points out of 15. And there was nothing I could do because it was just everything afterwards was wrong. So all the time you spend on the nomenclature is going to help you. I mean, there's multiple chapters where you just absolutely must know your nomenclature.
I got confused if barium was an element at first, and then I looked on the table. It's like beryllium, bromine, barium. There.
Yeah, we need to know our periodic table kind of, sort of.
As long as it's in the first 8 groups, it's fine. Everything else, I don't know.
I see. Okay, this word amphoteric, we need to know what that means. Something that's amphoteric can be either an acid or a base. And they didn't put in the reversible arrows because it got changed when they tried to insert this. And again, whoever edited this did not go back and fix this. Some of these I can't fix because I tried and they're in like a little box. And there's supposed to be double arrows here. Neutralization, acid plus base equals salt plus water. Yep, we're going to see that. Strong acid, strong base. Oh, look at this weak acid and strong base. But we still got salt plus water. And again, you guys need to put your AQs here. And there should be a liquid there. I would take off a point. Okay, so why don't you get out a piece of paper and try to do this for each of these. So go ahead and get out a piece of paper, old school. Try to write the molecular, ionic, net ionic equations for each of those on a piece of paper. And don't cheat because you'll only be cheating yourself. So please get out a piece of paper. I'll be right back. Oh, see, this is like one of the ones he would have gotten wrong. Because he didn't know barium hydroxide. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, yeah, you guys just gotta know your nomenclature.
I really like that barium bromide is just BABR. It's just funny to me.
You mean BABR2?
Yeah, BABR2 aqueous.
Okay, does anyone need more time? We want you to be able to do these because later on, there is no time to teach you anything from Gen Chem 1. There's just, that's not gonna happen. Like, so if you ask me something from Gen Chem 1, I'll just spit out an answer really fast. So we need you to be able to do these. Does anyone need more time, or are you guys actually trying them, or did you just like, last semester, someone kept playing video games instead of doing the class. Like, really?
Yeah, can I get a little bit more time?
Yes, you may, of course. We have till 2 o'clock. If this was a classroom, I would walk around and help you. My desk is getting so messy. It started out so clean, now it's just getting papers all over the place. Ricardo, is that a rabbit? It's a rabbit?
I think it's a hamster.
It's a hamster?
Yeah, I've seen that picture before.
Oh, yeah, you don't want to know what happened to all of our hamsters. I didn't do it on purpose. I left one in the little hamster ball all night, and of course I always have cats in the morning. It just like, it was no longer with us. It was still in the ball, but anyway.
Probably died of like a heart attack.
I don't know. I'm sure the cats were playing with it when it was in the ball. I forgot I left it in the ball. My kids are pretty small, and I was always tired, so. My God. And those habit trails are expensive, man.
I knew someone who put a hamster in a, rather than, they put it in a ball, but it wasn't a special hamster ball that has like air holes. So they just put it in a ball.
Why would you do that?
I don't know.
No,
Like,
this is a special hamster ball. It had air holes.
or actually no. Yeah, he did have a, it did have an air hole, but it would only had like one, and then it got stuck.
Okay, so this, sorry, this is what I'm saying is the student didn't know barium hydroxide, and that affects your balanced equation and affects the total ionic and then that ionic. It was just like after that, oh. Anywho, so yeah, you want to know your formulas.
What did he put instead of barium
He
hydroxide?
put only one hydroxide.
Okay.
And so see, then that gets your molecular wrong, and then that gets your ionic wrong. So he just kept losing points. And then we also had another equation he had to use. And so that was wrong too.
with the wrong results,
I
did he
think
actually
there's a
right?
I'm sorry, okay, what was the question related to the question?
I think there's a few of us that can't access the Chem 111A study review under Canvas.
Oh, you need to have the Microsoft. So as a student, you can get free Microsoft.
I have it, it's just like not working. There's an error time that I click on it.
Huh.
Oh, the same's happening to me too.
Oh.
Yeah, me too.
Let me think. Okay, so I will try to figure out the other way to upload PowerPoint slides. I might have to Google it. No, there's another way. So I'll try to figure it out. I know there's another way to put PowerPoint slides up here, or maybe as a file or something. Let me make a note to myself. I think there's a way to do it as a file upload. I'm pretty sure I can do a file upload of PowerPoint slides. Okay, I've written a note to myself. So when we're talking about spectator ions, we expect you to remember what spectator ions are. Do you need more time on this?
No, I'm good now.
Okay. Here we go. This is a long one. And see, this is what we want. All the AQs are in there. All the charges are in there. So the first hydrogen is the strong acid. That's why you only get this. And that's what we're part of what we're going to learn in chapter 15 is about that. Does anyone need more time?
Yes.
Fuzzy, come here and say hello to the class. Oh, I guess he's busy. So just let me know when you're done.
I'm done.
Okay. review this. We have a whole chapter and we're going to go in more detail, but you're going to want to go back to some of the terms. Because we will definitely look at redox.
Okay, so redox reactions are this.
Oh yeah, we have a whole chapter on this and in much more detail and more complicated ones, but you just want to review some of these simple ones. So for example, you see that the electrons are products, they're losing electrons, that's oxidation. Gaining electrons, reduction, just reviews these basic terms, like, yeah, that will be a good start.
I remember these being my favorite.
Oh, oil rig, oxidation is loss, reduction is gain. You also want to be able to recognize the zinc is oxidized and it's therefore the reducing agent. The copper is reduced, therefore it's the oxidizing agent. All these terms are going to be used. If you can review them, then we'll build on them.
And reduced means it gains electrons because I understand the reasoning behind it.
Oh, wait a second. Okay. So yeah, so if you see here, yeah, you're right. So here, this is gain. Reduction is gain. So yeah, it gained electrons. But it is the oxidizing agent. So just review these terms. Okay, we're going to expect you to know your oxidation numbers for sure. And combined, like a piece of copper, piece of lead. Right? This is all theoretical. We're going to see hydrogen ion more often than anything else. That's the +1. And then there's patterns, the group 1A, it's +1. Okay, we're not going to really see superoxide. It's kind of weird because remember, this is theoretical. So that's why it gets this weird halvesies. But yeah, oxygen has a lot of weird ions. So we should be able to do this. We're going to do some PowerPoint slides to practice. So I'm not going to have you do this right now. And I will figure out how to do a file upload on these so you can practice on your own. So you should be able to do this. You have to know the rules for assigning oxidation numbers. Like you just have to memorize them pretty much. You have to be able to work them out. First of all, you have to know the right formula, and then you have to be able to work it out. So again, this is just more practice working it out. Okay, this is kind of small. This is in your book, but these are the typical oxidation numbers. Sorry, the cat just ran over my, okay. This is another way to look at it. We're going to talk about this. This is kind of an odd situation where the chlorine is reduced and the chlorine is oxidized. It's just, it happens. Not that often, but it does happen. Oh, please, please. Yesterday we were doing the review clicker questions and someone was saying, what was the molarity? And oh my goodness, moles over liters. We're going to be using this a lot. So if you're in the lab and we had to do this, this is how we would use the volumetric flask. And you want to make sure that the little bottom of your meniscus just barely touches there. So eventually you'll get to go in the lab again. Questions like this, you should remember how to do. You should be able to work out these kind of questions. So you want to be able to use your units. So look at this. Units. You want to set up nice and neatly like this so it can be followed. And you definitely want to use your units. And then once you get the moles, then you can get the grams. Oh, yep. We should be able to do something like this too. Oh, it's a she. They made a female chemist. Okay, again, you want to be able to use your molar mouses. So we need to go from grams to moles. We need to remember that it's moles on top. It's a little equation thingy. As long as you show your units, you can show it to me in different ways, but your units need to be there. Okay, so I'm going to say this. The only time you get to use this M1V1 equals M2V2 is with dilution. Don't be using it all over the place. It's technically only for dilution. I've seen professors take off points when students used it when they were not supposed to use it, and they got like 0 out of 10. Only for dilution, the M1V1 equals M2V2. So this is a M1, this is a dilution. So if it's a dilution, go ahead and use the M1V1 equals M2V2. There you go, M1V1 equals M2V2. Now you got one equation, one unknown. Yes, our answer is reasonable. Oh, yeah. Okay, so this looks to me like a phenolphthalein endpoint titration. It's a nice phenolphthalein endpoint, pale pink. Here's your burette. Here's your burette clump. We do want you to remember these terms because you're supposed to be able to use them. So the words in bold. So typically the acid-base titrations that use phenolphthalein will have this color. You could also have redox reaction titrations, and those could be any color. So titrations can be typically acid-base. Those are the most common, but you can also have redox titrations. So we're going to want to be able to answer questions that are titration questions. And when you see the word neutralize, and that's potassium hydrogen phthalate, that's the abbreviation for it. That's a clue to you, this is a titration question. So if we're trying to find molarity, we need to have the moles of the sodium hydroxide and the liters, the volume. And they're giving you a clue here. They're saying 1 mole of potassium hydrogen phthalate neutralizes 1 mole of sodium hydroxide. So we have stoichiometry. So we would take the grams of potassium hydrogen phthalate and go to moles. This is your molar mass. And then notice that they said there's 1 mole of potassium hydrogen phthalate to 1 mole of sodium hydroxide. So you already have your moles of sodium hydroxide. Since it's a 1-to-1 relationship, you just got it from here. This came from the burette, and we just need to put it in liters. And we got a nice molarity. So this would be typically an experiment you would do in the laboratory. Okay, here's another titration. I see the word neutralize, so that tells me right away it's a titration question. So I'm going to try to find the molarity, the moles of the sodium hydroxide. I want to put that on the top. But now I'm trying to calculate the volume, so this is a little different. And I got to be careful because I have 1 mole of sodium hydroxide, 1 mole of sulfuric acid to 2 moles of sodium hydroxide. So it's a different stoichiometry. So I have the volume of my sulfuric acid. I have the molarity of sulfuric acid. It's fine to do this. It's a lot easier. This is what moles over liter. But if you just put in 1,000 milliliters, then you're still saying liter. I get rid of my milliliters. Now I have moles. But I have to remember for 1 mole of sulfuric acid, there's 2 moles of sodium hydroxide. So this needs to be multiplied by 2. It'd be better to just do a balanced equation, but this works out fine. So I'm trying to find molarity. I'm trying to find volume. So if you do it this way, the moles will cancel and you got 1 over liter, which is why the liter comes up. There's a slightly different ways to do this as long as you use your units to get the answer. Okay, well, this is a long description. We don't really need this long description. I don't know. I can, but you can look at it later. Blah, 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 long description. Okay. Okay. So now you're going to want to go to, oh, I guess I could have left it here. Okay, you're going to want to go to your modules. Okay, so go to your week 1 module on your computer. And then scroll down on our huge week 1 to where it says discussion, Chem 111A review. Open that up. And we are going to do the clicker questions now. I will put you in groups in breakout rooms, and if one of you could please share your screen, and then we can go over this. So let me stop my sharing, and let me put you in groups. Okay. Okay, breakout rooms. I will assign you to breakout rooms. Okay, so I'm making breakout rooms so one person could share their screen and you can help each other. Okay, so Bruce, did you leave? Jonathan, what happened? Where did you go? You're supposed to be in your breakout room 4.
To that, wherever she was telling us to go. Oh, hi, Professor.
Hello.
How did you get to the
discussion?
Okay, I'm there.
The discussion, and then it's what, the chapter 4? We already did the chapter 2, so chapter 4.
Under discussions, it only gives me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 like activities, but it's not any of those. It says questions for other students, no title, screenshots, and final exam review video.
But the discussion?
Yeah, under the discussions tab.
There's a discussions tab?
Yeah, is that where I'm supposed to be?
Oh, okay, go to the module.
Oh,
Okay, so you want to go to the module. So go to the module. And then scroll down. Okay, so see here, it says discussion Chem 111A review.
Yes.
Go on that one. And we're doing chapter 4. I call this discussion because that's what it is since you're talking to each other.
No worries. I just
yeah, we're supposed to label everything properly. And okay, well, it's a discussion, so it's not within the discussion forum, but it's still a discussion. So yeah, distance education wants us to always use the proper terminology.
Well, it's loading, so we'll see.
Okay.
Okay, got it.
Yay. Hopefully you can doodle on it.
Let me see.
And then I'm pretty sure I allowed everyone to share their screen too. So, are you able to share your screen?
I should be able to.
I thought I had allowed that. Oh, good. Yay.
Oh.
Okay. I will leave you and come back.
Right.
Jonathan, where are you? Did you leave us? You're supposed to be in a breakout room.
If I don't, is bromide one of the exceptions for the nitrates? Because that would be the only way it would create a precipitate, is if bromide was. Sorry, I want to get the.
I think it's only B. Well, yeah. because sodium nitrate and ammonium bromide, if you put the two together, you'll have a double displacement. You'll
Mm,
I think it's B
B.
because I'm pretty sure it's like if an ion is just by itself, if it's not like polyatomic, then it's zero. Not when it's polyatomic.
Hmm.
I think.
Oh, that's the only thing we have right now. So let's go with B. Okay. If 2.0 mole of ethanol liquid volume around 100 milliliters is mixed with 1 liter of water, the solution will be 1 mole in ethanol.
I got a B. I don't know what you got. But
I got B2.
Yeah, I think it's B, I think. Makes sense. Guess B. We'll just go on to question 11. Question 11. When calcium carbonate
You said this one is false, right?
Yeah, it's true. It's false.
Would this be a dilution problem?
Yeah.
Okay, so MB. Okay, got it.
Millimeters.
Carbonate ions only. Is calcium carbonate a weak base or weak whatever? Because that will determine the answer.
It's a very weak acid.
It's a very weak acid, so then
Yeah.
it's going to be D, right?
Okay, calcium.
Because it's not going to dissociate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I wanted to be just a spectator, but there's no H in there for it to be an acid. So you actually got the right answer, but it's a salt.
Oh.
Okay.
Sorry, it's not an acid, it's a salt. But you ended up getting the right answer.
Cool.
All right.
We need to review.
Ammonium sulfide and mercuric bicarbonate are
What would you say?
Well, because the charges for D doesn't change, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, does it?
So D?
Wait. 0, 0, 2. Plus or minus 1 plus minus 2. Well, D is a redox, I'm pretty sure.
Oh?
Because it's 0, 0, and then it's plus 2 minus 2.
Mm.
Right, because the overall balance charge of 2H2 would be 0. O2 would be 0. And then once it goes to the other side, 2H2 is plus 1 each. So it's plus 2 total. And then O by itself would be minus 2.
Mm.
So it gives it overcharge.
How many electrons it's willing to take or give. But I think Bronsted is a bit more simple. So I'm going to guess B because it's a base and not even an acid.
Okay.
Okay. Question 17. Which of the following species is not amphoteric, meaning it doesn't go both ways? H2O is for sure. Dihydrogen phosphate. It can gain and lose one. Hydrogen phosphate, though, I don't think it can. I'm not sure about hydrogen phosphate. I don't think that's amphoteric.
Wait, what do you mean?
Or no,
it can
actually, yeah,
go
it can.
both ways. I don't remember the word amphoteric.
Amphoteric, basically, the molecule or this compound, it can either give a proton or it can lose. It can give a proton or lose a proton, or give an electron pair or lose an electron pair, right? Al2O3, I'm not sure about that one. I think I can, but I'm not 100% sure. I know for sure A, B, C, and D are all amphoteric because they have hydrogen.
Yeah.
They all have hydrogen in them, and that's one thing.
So
But I'm
either
not
A
sure
or
about E. Yeah.
I think it would be A2.
She checked it already.
And for toric, if I think
What does
it's
amphoteric mean?
to be react as both the acid and the base.
There you go. Yeah. Then most acids have what?
A hydrogen.
A hydrogen ion.
Isn't phosphoric acid a strong acid?
The first proton is strong.
E.
Nope.
Oh, hydroiodic acid is strong. That means you probably 16 is wrong.
Might be none of the above. So 17, we're voting on A or E.
As I'm pretty sure it's E.
Yeah, that's. But you said 16 might be wrong.
Yeah, because hydroiodic acids is strong. So can we go back to 16?
Would it be E since they're all acids?
What's hydroxide?
A base.
Hydroxide's a strong, hydroxide is a strong base.
So E.
Wait, it's D. It's D.
But you guys are supposed to memorize that one already.
It's D.
Wait, no, wait.
B is
Perchloric acid is a strong acid. You promised me you would memorize that.
Oh wait, I thought it was chlorate. Not
That's
perchloric.
perchloric acid. D. HClO4.
Yeah. Okay.
Stephen, you're breaking your promise to me already.
B. Boy.
But that's a base.
Base. Oh.
No, it's none of the above. It's none of the above. None of the above.
I lied.
All three are strong acids, and there's one base, so it's none of the above. And that one's E, because it's literally just phosphate.
See, okay, KMNO4. I know that the oxidation state of manganese is like 7. So that's really high.
Yeah.
And then C would be 6, but I don't know about the other 2 or the other 3.
How did?
I'm gonna Google it.
Okay.
MnO3 has an oxidation number of for MnO3, manganese has an oxidation number of 6. So it's not as high.
Yeah, so D is the highest right
D.
now. Do you know what B is?
And then 2SO3. Let's see. Magnesium sulfate. Oh geez, this one's weird. I think it's either 6 or maybe, no, I don't know. This one is. I'm just gonna write down D, or no, yeah, D, just because.
D.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a review. Nothing will happen if we get it wrong.
Yep, that's true.
True.
Why did it stay?
This one does not represent a redox reaction. Okay. A redox reaction.
you get 6.75. Yeah, grams. Yeah, so I guess the hardest part was just finding the balance equation at the start, because we need to find that for every 1 mole of oxalic acid, we have 2 moles of sodium hydroxide. And it's just like reading the problem from there, I guess.
Yeah. Okay then. I'm gonna print screen this. Oh damn it.
Oh, I can.
Let me just. There you go.
Wait, how'd you get the 0.075?
0.075?
Yeah.
That's from the concentration.
So,
because I got B for the answer.
Right, so it was at 0.0075, right? After we found like all this stuff.
Yeah.
But then you have to, that oxalic acid, you want it in the 100 milliliters of solution titrated.
Mm-hmm.
This part, right?
Yeah.
So you put that moles over the so that's what I did right here. I put the moles over that, but then it's also in, at the beginning, it's also enough water to make 1 liter of a solution, so the liters cancel out.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay then.
It took me a while to figure it out too. Yeah.
Oh man, you're smart.
Do you want me to clear it now, or?
Okay.
I should have rewrote it in different colors to start, but yeah, my bad.
Actually, I think I can try something. There you go. Actually, no, it doesn't work. Okay,
But is
you can
everybody
clear it.
good?
Okay then.
Okay, so you can join the main Zoom room and maybe get up and walk a little bit. We need to take like a little break pretty soon here because we've been sitting for like an hour or something. So you can go ahead and join the main Zoom room and then walk around and stretch.
Got it.
And get up and walk around and stretch because the other groups are still working on it. Are you guys all done?
Yeah, we just finished.
Okay, so you can leave you can go join the main Zoom room and we're gonna take a little break and walk around because you've been sitting for so long.
Okay.
Let's see. I'm gonna balance the equation first. We have H2, C2O4.
The other group is just finishing up, so we're gonna take like a 10-minute break and walk around, because, yeah. So let's see. Is that how you spell stretch? No. Oof. Great. Wonderful. Okay. Ugh, seriously? Like they couldn't figure out my email address? Oh my God.
Oh,
We just finished, so we were gonna leave the breakout room.
Okay, I will close the breakout rooms.
Okay.
You guys. Okay, so I'm hoping everyone is back. Remember, this is good for you. This is only going to help you. Okay. Okay, so I'm hoping that was helpful. Non-electrolytes are like sugar, like glucose, alcohol. Those are non-electrolytes. All of these are electrolytes. Yeah, silver nitrate is soluble. That's where we buy a lot of silver nitrate, which is very expensive, and use it in reactions. Yeah, I was gonna say all nitrates are soluble. Yeah, you guys are supposed to memorize that already. You promised me. So you get calcium carbonate precipitate. So this is why you want to memorize the strong acids and memorize the solubility rules for the like column 1. That was all wrong. Yeah, you don't want to be guessing on these. You want to sit down and do the calculations and be able to work them out. This looks like an M1V1 equals M2V2. Oh yeah, it is. Calcium carbonate is slightly soluble, and so you will have some calcium ions and carbonate ions and a lot of calcium carbonate. This again is knowing those general solubility rules. Yeah, we're going to do a whole bunch of this, so don't panic on this. We'll review in detail about acid and conjugate bases. And you're going to want to know that for OChem too. Okay, we've got strong acid, we've got a strong base, strong acid, strong acid. So memorize those strong acids, memorize those strong bases. So the acids are going to, a lot of them are going to have H plus in them. So remember, you're not always going to be able to Google everything. You're going to have to be able to work out the oxidation numbers. Okay, the oxidation numbers change, then it's a redox. And then there was this one. I'm going to leave that up for a bit. Okay, so your free response needs to be nice and neat like this. If I can't follow it, I can't give you all the points. So this one, there is a balanced equation, but I couldn't squish it on this slide. But you would want to do a balanced equation to show that the 2 moles of sodium go to 1 mole of oxalic acid. But this is going to get you all the points. Okay, does anyone need more time copying that down? Okay, so this is going to be painful for your brain, but it's going to pay off dividends later. I'm going to try to squeeze some more out of your neurons. Okay. But still, it's clicking on something I don't want to click on. Oh my God, this is annoying. Okay, let me try this again. I'm trying to go back to the course, and then I have this share bar is like covering everything up. Move the share bar down maybe. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we're going to use every neuron that you've been allotted for the day, because we're going to go ahead and do this and then we'll go over the answers. But let's just see what you can do on this. So it's in the module, it's this chapter 9 review. And just kind of make an attempt. So I will put you in breakout rooms. I'm not sure if they're going to be the same ones or, oh, I guess they are going to be the same ones. Okay, we can do this. It's just working our brains some more. And remember, we need this.
Hi, I got kicked out again.
Okay, I'll put you back in.
All right, thank you.
Do you remember what room you were in? It doesn't really matter, but.
Oh, it's in room 1.
Oh, okay. Breakout rooms. Oh yeah, assign you to room 1. Okay, got it. Bruce, what happened? Where'd you go? Bruce, where'd you go? This is in your breakout room. We're gonna go with D.
Because I know bromide and fluorine. I want 2 of them. I'm on the fence about iodide and chlorine. Mm.
Don't you think poor little fluoride would get overwhelmed? It only has how many protons? What, 9 protons? That was a hint.
Oh. So it's D.
Okay, so look at how many protons all the other ones have. They're like, give me more electrons, what do I care? It would kind of overwhelm the poor little fluorine.
Nine. So 8 is.
Okay then. So we just go to number 3 for now. Oh no, number 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which of the following may never have an expanded octet of valence electrons?
May never have an expanded octet.
Oh, I've heard of like sulfur hexafluoride, which is like SF6 and a good octet, right? I could be wrong.
Wait, sorry, you were like
Am I cutting out?
Yeah, it was.
I have very bad internet right now.
It's okay. Can you repeat it? Sorry.
I
Molecule contains an odd number of electrons.
Isn't it B?
I mean, it is. It should be, since double bonds are in the structure.
Well, because if there's an odd number, it just like doesn't follow it, right? Like,
What do you mean then? Like you it wouldn't have like lone pairs, or it would only have like one pair, or like one electron.
well, contains that one, then like not all atoms would follow the octet rule, right?
Yeah, not all of them.
So that's why it can't be B, right?
But I mean, there are some odd electron node structure. For example, the NO2.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like there isn't A on the N, right?
Yeah.
I think this is 6. Six? Wait, let me just try, because it's magnesium is 2+, and then nitrogen is 3-.
Yeah.
And then you get Mg3, or wait, Mg2.
Yeah, to balance, you would have to. So yeah, it would be.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah. For question 13, which pair of species are non-isoelectronic? Need to remember that word, isoelectronic. Which pair of species are not isoelectronic? Sodium and magnesium, oxygen and neon, or well, ox or so.
Okay, why is this false?
It's because there's exceptions to the octet rule.
Yes, exactly. So for example, hydrogen, boron. You're supposed to remember your trends and electronegativities on the periodic table. So going towards the right is more electronegative and going up is more electronegative. Okay, boron trifluoride would be a perfect example. Boron doesn't care. It's happy with 6 electrons. Okay, a fluorine atom has the fewest protons of all the choices here. And it's not going to want an expand octet because it's just the electrons would be too close to the nucleus with the protons, and it's not going to like that. Oh, please, if you, 2. Yeah, the hydrogen, like hydrochloric acid, is going to want to have 2. It's like, no. Okay, so those of you who will be taking organic chemistry in the fall, hopefully in the new building, you are gonna want to know resonance and resonance structures. You will be doing them pretty much for a year. Wait till you do benzene and its resonance structure. So you're gonna want to make sure you understand about resonance structures. Okay, we don't do formal charges so much in this class. But again, when you get to organic chemistry, you will want to be able to know exactly how to do formal charges. You might have different resonance structures, and then the question will ask you, which is the best structure out of all these resonance structures, and that way to answer that question is to be able to do formal charges. So really for you, your Gen Chem 1 is going to hunt you also in OChem for all next year. Yeah, it's got all bonds around it because it's got a double bond in there. Yeah, that extra electron is going to mess things up. Yeah, this is false. Yeah, so if it's in whatever column it's in, remember that's going to have similar properties. So it's the periodic table, that if an element is in the same column as another element, then it will have similar properties. Carbon likes to form covalent bonds. And since silicon's in the same column as carbon, it's also going to want to form covalent bonds. And so since carbon is unlikely to form ionic bonds, silicon is also unlikely to form ionic bonds. You're going to want to be able to do the little redoxes, like we said, those little half reactions. So you're going to be able to do those. You'd have to do each little half reaction. Isoelectronic means it has the same number of electrons. So you would just want to figure out how many electrons each of the ions has, or the oxide and the neon, and then just count them up. You're going to want to be able to work out the oxidation numbers. And remember, you're not going to be able to Google your way through life. You will have to be able to work them out. When you're taking the graduate record examination to get into graduate school, I seriously doubt they're going to let you Google. Again, you have to work out, you have to be able to work these all out.
Technically, you only really have to work out 2, and if those work, then it has to be all of them.
Thank you, Maddie. Test taking strategies. That is true. Okay, this is again that you know your general trends about electronegativity and that you can estimate. Again, this is being able to calculate formal charges, which again, we won't do that much in this class, but OChem. Oh yeah, this is the Lewis structure of carbon monoxide. Okay, so you want to be able to do resonance structures because it's really common in OChem for someone to say, or for there to be a free response where it gives you a compound and just says, draw all the resonance structures. That's your question. Oh, look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them. So again, for this class, not so much, but for OChem over the summer when you got nothing to do, make sure you know your resonance structures. Yeah, phosphorus loves to have an expanded octet. It's happy having an expanded octet. Okay, so do you have any burning questions about what you're doing? All the assignments are due Sunday at 11:59 p.m. Do you have any questions about the assignments that are due this week?
I have one question.
Yes.
You sent an email out for, I think it's called Beyond Labs. Do
Oh
we
yeah,
need?
that's gonna be next week. So
Okay, perfect.
right, so don't worry about it till next week. The Beyond Labs is gonna be our virtual laboratory, and they're little assignments. I didn't want to use Labster again because Labster to me was kind of like more like high school level. So the school bought this for you, but we're not going to need it this week. You only can download it onto one computer, that code that you were given. So you want to be aware that whatever computer you put on, that's the one we're going to use. We'll talk about it next week. And if you really want to learn about it, if you go on the syllabus, I put little videos on the syllabus about how to access the worksheets for Beyond Labs and how to do them. And if you go to my YouTube channel, you're going to find a lot of little videos I made. And we'll go through that next week.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So that's going to be, that to me is going to be better than the Labster because it's going to be more like you have to actually do something. It's pretty cool. I spent the whole winter break learning how to do that. I was like, I can't get the spatula to let loose of the material, and I can't put the phenolphthalein in, so I had to figure all that out. So you're going to have to actually do little titrations. It's pretty cool. Other questions? You know what you're doing this week, right? Remember Sunday, I promised my son I would not check my emails because it was like stressing me out last week to work every single day of the week. So I promised him I wouldn't answer my emails on Sunday.
I have a question for the quiz on Tuesday.
Yes.
So it's just like one piece of paper we can use, or
No, you can use as many pieces of paper as you want. You just need to
for like
scan.
the
Yeah,
cheat
yeah.
sheet kind of.
Oh yeah,
like-
you can have scratch paper and then put your answer neatly on a paper, but you want to scan all your answer. Yeah, you can have multiple pieces of blank paper, but only one of them can have doodles all over it. And plus, you're going to want a periodic table.
But for like the cheat sheet you were talking about.
Yeah, the cheat sheet is like one piece of paper, both sides.
Okay. Okay.
So if I see that, I'm okay. That's another reason why I need to see your desk area. And then the other pieces of paper, I would expect them to be blank. We're trying to make this equitable, that everyone's on the same playing field for this.
Yeah.
Because it's not fair to you if someone else is doing something unethical, and that just really bothers me. It's going to pay off when they don't do well on their graduate record examination or the MCAT. Ultimately, it's going to hurt them. But still, it's not fair to the ethical students. Other questions? We made it through the first week. Oh, hands clapping. Where's the hands clapping? Wait, where's the reactions? We made it through the first week. Yes, only 15 weeks to go.
Have a nice day, Professor.
Thank you, Maddie. Yeah, I'm gonna take a walk and listen to my audiobook. It was getting really good. Jessica's celebrating. Yeah, we made it through the first week, Jessica. Only 15 weeks to go. I will be sitting here in the Zoom room for another hour because my office hours are till 3 o'clock today. Because it's Thursday. Yay!
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day, teach.
Au revoir.
Professor, I just had one quick question.
Yes.
So just to clarify for the quiz, we're going to be joining on the phone.
Right.
So
So yeah, you join the Zoom room on the phone so you can aim your phone at your desk, and that's so I can answer questions, and so I can see that you're just one piece of cheat sheet.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, I don't want. I had a situation where a student had so many pieces of paper written on them. Like, oh, that's not what I said. It wasn't fair to the other students. And so I asked her to take her phone and aim it And then suddenly her phone fell down and the cheat sheets all fell down on the floor. Like, oh, really? Seriously? So yeah, I do want you to phone in, then that way if there's something that happens or there's a technical glitch, you can let me know. And then the computer, you go on Canvas and take the quiz.
And then we leave the Zoom or turn off our camera to scan our.
Right, yes. So if you're scanning, you just, in the chat, just put Gina scanning. And then I write down the time. I'm hoping you can get it done in 10 minutes. And then when you come back in, you just put like Gina done or something like that. And then I can write down that time.
Okay.
Because I don't want someone to be gone for 45 minutes. They could have been Googling or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's not fair to you guys.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, we're trying to be as fair as possible.
All right. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
All right. Goodbye.
Au revoir. See you on Tuesday.
See you.
Allison, you have a question?
Yes, I have several.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so I was, I've obviously been attending these last 2 times. I took chemistry 1 years ago, and I
Okay.
for